Yes, we're gonna start in a few seconds because I have to share this. Wait. Right. Share to the guy that I need to help, so we can start. As always, we start with obviously turning on the PC. We kinda need that. By the way, for this we will need two USB drives, one NVMe, and pretty much a lot of time because this is gonna take a long while. And as well, we are gonna use the MacOS Leave uh, images just because, well, okay. So, what do we need for this? We need a few stuff between them, an open core configuration, which I already have here. Of course, I had this thing open. Now, for this, we need a few stuff. First of all, the okay, there we go. Downloading macOS. That's on Windows. Wait, making install macOS on Linux. Okay, so we need this from here. I'm gonna zoom in just so you guys can see it a little better. Wait, no, it's huh. Screen orientation is wrong. That's just lovely. You'll love to see it, though, dear. Anyways, we need this thing here, the open core PKG thingy. Now we need the release one. We don't want the debug one. Why we don't want the debug one? Well, fuck if I know. Now we need utilities, and we are gonna scroll back all the way to here, Mac recovery. Now I'm gonna cause you a headache again. Why is the orientation locked? I do not fucking know. I need to find a way to change that. Anyways, we're gonna leave it like that. Sorry, you guys will have to deal with it for now. Now we copy this path right here. We're gonna go to terminal. We're gonna move this thing here because we kind of want to see what we're doing. And we're gonna do cd, the path we just copied. Yes, my keyboard bindings are different. Okay, now we have that. Now, if we go to the Dortania, here, we have the Python lines that we need to get the every macOS version that we would normally use. Since the EFI folder I have only supports up to Sonoma, which is macOS 14, I'm gonna copy this line, go back, Ctrl Shift B, because that's how I do it. And just so we have an idea of what we're doing, we are gonna write time, which is gonna give us an average of how long this is gonna take, or this took in the end. It's gonna do its thing, downloading the DMG. Now this is where we're gonna split stuff into parts. Now normally this would be done in only one USB because that's the canonical way to do it. But since I am pretty much unhinged, I'm gonna do it in two. I'm gonna do one for the EFI folder, which I'm gonna copy from my current disk, and the second one for the DMG. That's exactly how I described it to the person in Reddit. So yeah, we're gonna do that. Simply, we're gonna take this USB, which is gonna be our EFI USB. It's a 16 gigabyte one. That's important, okay? Size of the drives is important on this kind of stuff because macOS is really storage intensive. It is really heavy, okay? So 16 gigabytes for the EFI, 32 gigabytes for the actual macOS installer. I know this doesn't look like 32 gigabyte. It is a 32 gigabyte. It's on the metal part right here, but it's unseenable. Now we're gonna zoom back. We're gonna take this USB. I know my desk is a mess, but we're gonna have to ignore it. And we're gonna go to disks. Why disks? Because right now is the thing I have for reformatting and all this stuff. Now we have here a few stuff already there, so we're gonna delete all these partitions because we don't need them anymore. Okay, we deleted them. Now normally I do it from the GUI, but GUI is gonna take a long while, so we're gonna have to use terminal. Why? Because I want to brag about it a little. So sudo fdisk dev is the A. Yeah, I'm gonna zoom out here, zoom in here because I'm gonna write a password. Oh, actually no. Oh, okay, password there. You guys can see we have fdisk there. So now if we print the partitions, we see nothing other than a DOS partition. So let's create a new GPT table. Okay, and let's create a new partition. Default 1, default first sector, and default last sector. That's pretty much it. So we can now change T to change it, and we do EFI system because this is gonna be our EFI partition. Now, I'm talking a lot, but it has a reason. So change the partition to EFI system, we call write, and we now do sudo mkfs dot bfat, or you can just do fat format or fat 32 dev sda 1 because that's our first partition from our USB drive. Now we click enter and it's gonna do a new fat partition. Now as you see here, it changed to fat 32-bit version. It's not mounted. We haven't mounted it yet. We are gonna mount it though. So how do we do that? That's pretty simple. I'm explaining this as if people that are looking at this don't know how to use a computer. Sorry, but it happens. Anyways, we are gonna go to home. Now let's make a directory called hack. Now let's make two directories here. We're gonna use source, and we are gonna do what's it called? Target. Okay. 3-letter abbreviations. I know that people don't like those too much, but it is what it is. Okay. So I have those two directories right now. If we do ls, we have them. Now, for my PC, I have already something done. Okay. My EFI is one that I shared with the guy I'm trying to help here. So we're not gonna download it again. But if you have the same model as I, which is an HP EliteBook 845G7, we go to Dog and Monkey. There we go. I actually have it like very recent. That's the GitHub repo. You can just go to Dog and Monkey's GitHub. He has it kind of pinned there. Okay, so we do that. Okay, so it's the first repository. It's very popular because there are people who have this same computer, but we are not going to download it. I already have it on my disk. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to do su, which is going to give us a login shell. Okay, it's already. I fucked up. Okay. That give us a root shell, which I'm gonna move a little higher. Okay, so now if we do cd boot, what's it, EFI, we have that. Now we need that, so we are gonna do cd ls cp r home my name. This can change depending on if you're doing your name or other person's name. So we're gonna do hack src. Oh, right. Let's do that. Okay, so now we have it on the directory called hack. So now let's do exit ls src, and we have the EFI folder. How cool is that? Now we cannot access that right now because it's a root directory. It's a directory that's owned by the root user. So we do chown recursive. Let's do my name again. Actually, let's root this one that give us two people who own this directory. I'm gonna zoom out here because it's really something. Now we do src EFI. Oh, shit. That should be it. Yep. We now have something that is owned by both the user named Lily with the GID of the user Lily and the user 0 which or 1, which is normally in every Unix system it is root. So now we mount or target. That's where it gets a little tricky, I think. Not in new systems. In new systems it doesn't matter. But we do dev sda1, we do target. This is gonna mount it as read-write, but is gonna be unwritable for normal users. So for copying directories, you will need to use the sudo command. So now we use lspl key to get that sda1 is mounted at that directory which is still 2. So now we can start copying files. Sudo copy recursive. We do src just that to target. I need to copy them. How do we know that? Because we didn't got any error. Wait a sec. I got it wrong. I got it wrong, and that's gonna cost us a few minutes from our time. Because, why did I got it wrong? Because I forgot the little star here. Yep, okay, now we have something that's usable. Now we have the EFI folder where it's supposed to. We are gonna test this once we reboot, because right now we're kind of running out of time. So let's do sudo umount dev is, wait, better if we do target, which is gonna umount the drive that we just mounted. This, you don't have to do this exactly as I'm doing it. Normally it doesn't matter where the DMG is as far as it is accessible by the computer, and it does not have any wild permission specific thing. EFI normally doesn't give a frick about permissions, but it can get a little tricky depending on what system you're in. For this specific system though, it doesn't matter much. So now we get this USB out because we just mounted it. It doesn't matter if we pull it out without doing anything. Now we grab our other USB. This is a 32 gigabyte USB. It's very important that is a big USB. It doesn't need to be 128 gigabytes. It doesn't need to be fucking 1 terabyte. Just make sure that it has enough space. Okay. We do sudo fdisk again, dev sd. It's still SDA because there's only one drive in here. Okay. Now we create a new GPT allocation table. New one. New number. New start sector. Last sector. We could change the file type. We're not gonna do it because it doesn't matter for this one. We are gonna still format it as FAT32 anyways, so it doesn't matter if it's Linux file system or other, as far as I'm concerned. So we write, let it do its thing. Partition 1, the current device resource busy. Okay, I forgot. Sudo. Let's try again. It's currently in use. What? LSB okay. Ah, okay. We forgot that it's mounted. ZA1. Okay, now it is not mounted, so we can create a new GPT label, new partition, all defaults, write it. Now we do the same command as we have done the last 5 times. Sudo mkfs that fat f32 dev is the A1. It's gonna do its thing. Let it do its thing. Now, this should have already been done for the whole 30 minutes we went by. Now, what do we do? Simple. Okay, yeah, I came across your channel with this live stream. Keep going. Thank you. So, now we should have something here, right, where it says come apple recovery.boot. We need to copy that to our target drive. This is kind of important. We do need this. So we are gonna again mount the target drive. And I just look for the... Okay, here it is. Sudo mount dev sda1 target. So let's actually... Oh wait, Ctrl Shift plus. So you guys can see a little better. That's the command that you need to use to mount the target. Okay, so now we do ls. Let's do cd target just for simplicity. We have nothing on the drive. It's an empty drive, newly formatted. So what do? We copy this address because that's our target address that we're gonna use. And again, we're gonna make this a little bigger so you guys can see what I'm doing. I forgot to do that before. So we are gonna do sudo. That gives us permissions to copy to this drive. cp for copy. /r or -r for recursive copy. Now let's do com. Use tab. It auto-completes. Now we do copy. That's our target drive, remember. And it's gonna ask us for a password, so I'm gonna have to block you guys from looking at it. Oh shit, it got fuck. Okay. Okay, so let's do that's not great. Okay, I messed up. That's my mistake. Okay, let's do cd to here ls. Stuff is still there, of course. Okay, so let's do cp for sudo for permission, cp -r for recursive. We do com and it autocompletes. We go here, copy this. Oh shit. Okay, I got a comment and I forgot to read it. No worries, take your time. Thank you. We are. Okay, so we have that, and that should be it. We're probably gonna use time just to see how long it takes to copy those files. Okay, passwords. Again, guys. Okay, that, if I'm not wrong, that's my password. Oh, God. Okay, so we copied everything in under 1 minute. That's great. Now, just to check if everything's there, we are gonna use hack, target, come up with recovery boot, and we have the chunk list and the DMG. That's it. That's all we need to do. We are ready to change the drive and reboot. I forgot to grab my screwdriver, but I think I have one here of which I forgot to put the tip on. Well, that's not great. We are done technically for the part that requires software. Right now, we require hardware. I'm not planning anytime soon to reformat this drive because this is my main drive. So you guys may see me undo this computer just to make sure that I don't leave stuff hanging. We are gonna mount the target. It's gonna take its time because this is actually a bigger file. To this date, I still don't know how mount and mounting works. It is taking its real little time. Still, when we are done, we can just do blk to see what it did and where it was mounted. Now, as that thing is going, I'm gonna go for a screwdriver that actually can screw drive. I'm gonna zoom a little more to the terminal because I'm gonna pass in the background. I don't want you guys to see that. Okay, I am back from my screwdriver hunt. Now, if you have used a computer, possibly 90% of the people who do have used the computer, you can shut down either from this menu right here, from this button, but I'd like to brag, but so I'm gonna do. There. Now you know how to shut down from Linux using the terminal. It's very useful when you're like locked without a GUI. Now, we are gonna take apart this computer and we're gonna put another drive because, as I said before, I do not plan to format my current drive. This is very important for people who are not thinking on using macOS as a main system, as well for people who have stuff in their drives and don't want to lose it, or like to have a recovery USB or drive just in case they just need to fix something, it's important that you change your drive before formatting it and that you make sure that you put the right drive in. Okay, with those disclaimers said, time for us to take apart our computer. We're gonna move to the messy room, well, to the messy bed here. I'm gonna have to clean a little because I did not thought thoroughly on this thing. So we have that stuff there. I'm gonna have to disconnect my phone here. Okay. We're gonna move this thing down so you guys can see what I'm doing with my hands. I'm gonna also like zoom out. There you go. Now you see my lower half. Okay. Disconnect this. Remember, disconnect power always before doing anything with electronics. Now I have this thing. You could use anything actually, but wait, the camera is wrong. There we go. That's a little better, I think. Remember, you can use anything to take apart the computers. You can use one of these, which is very small and would probably break, or you can use one of these. It really doesn't matter as long as you can get the job done. What the fuck? This thing has soldering paste all over it. Anyways, we have to change this drive. If I'm not wrong, I left this kind of undone just so I could change the drive easily in future take aparts. Partition and drive and use the partition part to install macOS. Sadly, you cannot do that. I mean, yes, I can partition my drive beforehand to install macOS, but macOS is still gonna ask for a APFS formatted partition map, so it's gonna format all your drive anyways. You can make an empty space, but macOS is not gonna care. It's still gonna give you the option to reformat the thing fully. That's sadly a thing that they haven't fixed since 2007, I think. You can partition later on, by the way. From macOS, you can partition again and install any other system that you may want to install. But so far, we kind of require to fully delete the drive. As well, I think that I forgot to say is that you need a mouse. Normally you wouldn't, but since we are gonna go defaults, there's not gonna be any kind of configuration that is gonna tell the macOS installation that we have a working mousepad and we use gestures. We're gonna have to use a mouse because we need the mouse clicks. That's important, okay? As well, you might not want to put the screws before you can assure that macOS is working, because if you close it up and the macOS installation doesn't work, you're gonna have to take all the screws again and redo the whole thing, which you want to avoid as much as possible. We're trying to do the least amount of work possible for the most amount of results. Again, this is gonna take a long while, so I am sorry if you guys have stuff to do. An installation of macOS in this thing, using the macOS DMG from macOS recovery, we get about 6 to 8 hours of install time, just so you guys know. Now, this thing is not really 1 terabyte, it's 256 gigabyte NVMe drive. It's a Samsung one, so we know it's good. I had Windows installed in this thing, but Windows is shit anyways, so I'm gonna just reutilize it for the purpose of this stream. I can say video? Can I say video? I really don't know. I'm awful with content creation. Anyways, we have this thing. I just created a static, I know, but we have this thing. For people who haven't taken apart their computer, here's where the drive is. You pull on this tab right here. Oh shit, I just broke it. You pull on this tab right here, and off comes the drive. Now, this stuff is thermal pads. They're used to conduct thermics, of course. We're gonna put this one apart, aside. I'm really awful. Now, we put this thing here, as awful as it looks. Click it in. Again, we are gonna not use the screws just for the sake of not dealing with them if something goes wrong. Push a little, already in there. And for safety, your old drive, put it somewhere where you can find it again. So right here, I'm just gonna put it away in my desk. We're gonna put the cover just from the top, like just like that. We're gonna click it in, not gonna put any screws, just click it. Because remember, if something goes south, you're gonna have to take this apart again, put the old drive, close it again, boot it up, and fix whatever you broke. Okay? With our drive in, we're gonna now start to install macOS. This thing has Windows right here, so we're gonna have to do some stuff before we can install macOS as a thing. So I'm gonna move the computer to the desk, and we're gonna start with that. I have to plug everything back on again. Now, I have to move this thing here. As I said, room is messy. I know I've been working a lot on a lot of stuff, so yeah, we'll have to deal with it for now. Okay, so I'm awful with camera work. Now we have the computer ready. Somewhat tough because we still need to put our USB drives. Now, you may be wondering, well, what are you gonna do now because all the USB ports are used up? That's where USB to USB-C comes in handy. Normally, macOS complains about your computer if you leave something plugged in, but it doesn't tell you anything if you plug in something after you start the computer or after the installation process is done. So now, we do that, and if I'm not wrong, it's F10. We are gonna spam it. We do that now. Why are we spamming it? Because we need to get to the boot menu. Wait, what the fuck? Setup menu. Okay, so I got this thing wrong. But still, we're gonna go to the setup. I forgot this to mention a few things. We need to disable TPM. This is different for each computer, but for this thing specifically, the TPM device needs to be hidden. The activation policy needs to have no prompts because, well, we don't want the user to tell us when to enable TPM. Now, sure start from HP as well is gonna be disabled for this. Same for secure boot. Remember, anything that's a Hackintosh cannot use secure boot at all whatsoever. The SPM is always disabled anyways. Now, there's an extra step I'm gonna do here. You don't need to do this one if you already have a pre-formatted drive. Why do I say this? Because if you reformat a drive that's already reformatted, you're doing nothing basically. So we're gonna go to hard drive utilities, secure erase. We're gonna choose the M.2 drive. Make sure that is the M.2 drive that you just installed, because if not, you're gonna suffer. They're gonna tell us that it'll erase all data. We're gonna click enter. We're gonna continue because it's not gonna take 5 minutes, right? Will this happens, you can check your manual. If you have been taking notes, check those notes. Make sure you're doing stuff correctly. But we're gonna go. This, from the part of security, is all we need to change, really. Just the TPM, secure start, and secure boot. Those three are normally the ones that are gonna cause you some issues. Now, from advanced, from boot options, we need to make sure that fast boot is disabled, first of all, that a startup delay is non-existent, because if you put a startup delay, it's gonna take very, very long to turn on. Why? Because OpenCore itself takes a little while to get the hang of stuff and start. So yeah, you don't want to add a few seconds, normally 5, to that count. Again, we are enabling USB because we're gonna boot from a USB. No network PXE because we are not gonna install anything from the network. This is all like basic stuff. Numlock, we don't need it because there's no numpad on this thing. Now, HP Sure Recover, again, disabled because anything that security is gonna cause issues with the macOS installation. System options, this little socket right here, I have it enabled, I had macOS installed, but when you're doing the installation, you have to disable it. Every macOS Hackintosh is gonna tell you to do this because virtualization causes some issues with the texts that you're gonna use. Now again, fast charge can stay there. Power booting delay, we're gonna disable that just for the fact that we don't want to take much time. We are not gonna care about that and the HTTP application driver at all. Now we go to built-in device options. That's pretty much it. Memory size, it lets me choose video memory size. It can be enabled or disabled on your case, I don't know. This is important, okay? This wireless network device, WLAN, make sure is enabled, because if this is disabled, you're not gonna have internet, and you're not gonna be able to change it back again later, because macOS will keep that disabled. Oh, sure, recover. Okay. Sorry, I'm not great with saying stuff. Now, Bluetooth, again, if you're disabled now, it's gonna be disabled for the rest of your life using macOS. Now, backlit. That's something I found out the hard way with this computer and this EFI folder. If you leave this as never, it's never gonna start macOS. It's just gonna tell you nope, and it's gonna nope out of the installation. You can choose any of these, but never. It can't drive the device as always on. I don't know why, it just happens for whatever reason. These are just integrated camera if you want to leave the camera on or not. Wait, let me grab the... Okay. Now, port options, we are gonna have all these on. Those 3 USB, 2 USB-A. Network settings, everything default there. Electronic labels are not something that we want to care about. Now, we save and exit. Yes, we save and exit. And we're gonna click F9 this time. This time is the right key, I assure you. I don't remember my BIOS keys. That's really nuts. This has to be okay. I got it wrong. I was tapping the same key, F10. That is great when you get the BIOS keys wrong. That happens, by the way. It happens way too often. Now here is where we are gonna not guess, but we're gonna choose the USB device that's correct for our drive. Of course, it's not USB disk 2 because I know these drives very well. Boot menu, boot from file. HD. Okay, USB 0x10. Nope. Okay. EFI, boot, and where is bootx64.efi? Okay, we got it right. We understood it. We understood it. Halfway, of course. Here, we could do one of two things. We could just jump straight to booting into the macOS install media, or hear me out. We could clean the NVRAM, restart again, and start the installation media. The second one is the safest. Why do I say that? Because it's safest. I'm telling you. Refine. That's not great. That's not great. I forgot I had Refined installed. Yes, this happens often when I do something wrong. Okay, boot from file. This is the USB. Then go to opencore.efi. There we go. Now, as I was saying, we have about 3 options here. I'm gonna do the one that I know is safe, and that is cleaning the NVRAM. Okay, NVRAM cleanup is gonna tell us to reboot. We're not gonna reboot just yet. We're gonna reset the NVRAM, which is gonna reboot our computer. It's okay. We want that. We're gonna just do the same thing with the F9 key because it's normally you wouldn't need to do the USB key, the the EFI key, but I'm doing it because I forgot I had little refine here. Now we go back to OpenCore. Remember, we just cleaned the NVRAM. It's all from the faults that we set on OpenCore. Now we choose the no name DMG option. It's gonna boot automatically anyways, but you want to make sure that is the DMG and not the other one, because the other one is the EFI folder that we are using. Now, here is where you take your USB mouse and grab a adapter. I do not have those on hand. I do not know why I forgot to take these ones with me when I went for the thingy. Right, so you see, normally you don't have any issues booting the recovery. That's pretty much non-problematic. I'd like to say it's gonna take a little while, of course. Anything EFI related or macOS related is gonna take a little while. Now, as you see, it went black, then it went on again. We're gonna take this thing. What is this? A USB mouse, which we're gonna use to actually interact with the system. I know that the shape is very dumb, but we're gonna have to take it because it's the only one I have at hand. Now we're gonna go to the side and plug it in a USB-C port because we don't have any more USB ports enabled or available. This is on Spanish automatically because it detects the earlier configurations. We're gonna choose English for the sake of this video, of this live stream. Now here on the macOS recovery, I hate that of this thing. Now from the macOS recovery, we're gonna choose our network. We're gonna zoom in because we're gonna write a password. I'm not liking this tripod. Okay, I'm gonna have to cover you guys up. Okay, that should be the red password. Again, sorry, but passwords is something I do not play around with. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is to go to disk utility. I think we all know this setup from A to C, but I'm still gonna narrate it because I can. Now we do erase, we give it a name. For the sake of this video, I'm gonna name it Mac HD so I don't get issues of Apple. Now, it requires, as the macOS installation documentation says, it needs to be APFS, okay? Format APFS, and it has to be a GUID. What's a GUID? We have Wikipedia. Now, it's gonna format the whole drive. It's gonna first mount it, it's gonna format it, create the allocation table, inodes, and everything for you, which is nice. Now, something again, I'm gonna re-answer this question that a person had in the little chat here on YouTube. You cannot pre-format your drive because this step is gonna reformat it again. You cannot repartition or well pre-partition your drive because it's still gonna erase everything on it. That's the downside of using macOS, that you need to install everything after you have macOS. I know it's annoying, but it is what it is, guys. You could do some fuckery to make it work, and what the hell did just happen? Huh, that's interesting. You can make some fuckery to make the partitioning work as you intend, but it's never gonna work exactly as you intend, as far as I'm concerned. Possible, yeah. Reliable, do know how to say there. What the heck happened there? Okay, time for us to go into the BIOS again, and we're gonna re-enable OpenCore because I'm not gonna deal with this forever. Again, extra steps that I'm doing here because I chose to make my life harder with Refined. Because I had Linux installed. Stuff that happens when you don't want to deal with Linux and macOS not being compatible and stuff. Okay. Oh, right. Alright, I'll move this to the side because it's really getting to me. Okay. Boot options. Okay. That's weird. Uh, that's a thing. Oh, fuck. Uh, Manual boot. You'll have to see it. Oh, shit. Left that connected. That's not gonna end well. USB-C on these things, by the way, it really holds onto whatever is plugged in. So you want to be careful with that because this thing can rip your port up. How do I know that? It has happened way too often. I'm gonna watch memes. Will these things boot? Will this thing boots up? By the way, just wanted to mention we're close to 119, well, 120 subscriber here. I just wanted to let you all guys know. Do know what you guys could do with that information, but just do whatever you must with it. Again, we're gonna go back, choose English again, go to continue. That issue I had never experienced, by the way. I'd never experienced that issue with Wi-Fi and discs not being okay. Now, just because I am kind of paranoid, we're gonna reformat it. Scene mounting discs. Works good. Okay. Weird. But okay. Now, since I'm using the canonical way of doing this thing, I'm gonna have to connect to Wi-Fi each time. So again, sorry. Okay. Password entered. As you see, you can connect to Wi-Fi with this thing. It has the drivers necessary. Yeah, sometimes it crashes. Do I have to use a mouse? Trackpad works with me. If the trackpad works with you, sorry for not reading the comments. It's kind of hard with this thing in middle. If the trackpad works, you don't need to use the mouse. For me, it doesn't work, so I use the mouse. I don't think it works actually. No, nor buttons in my case. It's very unreliable the results that you can get from this thing. Now we reinstall. Uh, yeah, it sometimes crashes. It does. It does crashes way too often. Now the installation information is gonna load. Sometimes there's a weird issue that FX was having, where it would tell that the firmware wasn't able to install, which is weird. I had never seen that issue. I assume that it's here where it appears. Wait, I've lost Reddit here. So I'm gonna show this to the screen so you guys see what issue I'm trying to chase down. Is this one. This one is the issue I'm trying to chase down. That's the update assistant, which should not be named update assistant to begin with. So that issue, I had never seen it on all my installation processes, but we're gonna chase it down here. Now, license agreement unavailable, that's okay. We're gonna agree to it without reading it anyways. Who read those? Really? Now, Windows L, or Meta L as it's called normally, shows you all the errors and progress. Okay? That's not necessary, you can skip it. All I do this is so you guys can see exactly what it's doing at the moment it is doing it. Can we... I don't think we can zoom in. Oh yeah, we do can. We can. Okay, we can't. Yeah, no, we can't zoom in. Sorry guys, we'll have to deal with it for now. There's a lot of breach device issues, breach device failures, but that's okay. It's gonna take a little while, so you guys can do anything while it does this thing, actually. All you need to be aware of is it's gonna reboot at some point. It's gonna, about 12 minutes before it finishes, it's gonna reboot. and it's gonna try to boot back into the HDD. Don't let it do that, because if it boots into the HDD without certain stuff set up, it's gonna cause some issues. I know I did not disable SIP, but tomato is the same thing anyways. Actually, since we are doing we're doing this the way that I explained it, we are gonna disable SIP. That is that the, yeah. Okay. So CSR util, if I disable caps lock, util disable, and it's gonna disable protection. Huh? Wait, I need to zoom in. Page up, scroll it up bigger. Windows Plus. Okay, Windows Plus. Okay. It's gonna tell us to reboot to make the changes take effect. That's okay, but we're not gonna just do that until disable. Okay, so this is the way I explained to FX to do it. That's the canonically correct way to do this. Normally would do this. I sometimes skip it, but it's okay. So now let's do reboot. Now it's gonna reboot the computer. Yet again, remember the holy key of the HP world, F9. I know it's annoying that I do this every time, but bear with me for a second. We're doing a lot of steps. Sorry, with update, I meant download. Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. Don't worry. EFI, open core. Yeah, but like, I mean, like, the issue you were having, the little message that it has system macOS update assistant, which is weird because that's not the name of the binary that we're executing. The binary that we are executing is macOS install assistant. So yeah, weird issue here. I forgot that I had this thing on here. Maybe will cause some issues here. That's something that happens sometimes where you leave something like this connected and it just causes issues. SIP commands. Then it is weird. It's even weirder when the SIP commands fail, because the SIP commands just help to set some variables for the installer to use. Then after it finishes, it goes back and looks at those variables. Sometimes it resets them at macOS's default. So it is kind of weird that it does that to you. I don't know, I might be wrong. There might be some stuff that happens all the time. But yeah, I don't know what to feel there or what to tell you there. I don't know why it always chooses Spanish. Okay, again, see, it saves that because we reboot it. Normally, that doesn't happen. Let's try this again. This again, gonna load the installation info. We're trying this a lot of times until it works, because that's the thing also with macOS here with Hackintoshes. It can work and it cannot. Sometimes it worksn't. Like, it works and works not. And you kind of have to try a different thing every time to make it work. I'm trying what I used last time and it worked. It might not work for you, it might work for you, it might work halfway for you. Depends. A lot of variables there. It also depends on the disk drive because some disks are not compatible fully with macOS. Okay, again, Windows L, have the log here. When we have the log, I normally look for stuff that says like error finding library or error loading a library, etc., etc. Why? Because failing to load libraries cause crashes. Crashes cause unfinished installations, and in the end, it's just gonna be a headache. So, when all this happens, I'm gonna clean up a little on the floor because I let some stuff fall. Not important, not very important here, but yeah. You may take notes now, by the way. I do this now with just my memory, but I've done this like 10 times the last month. Boredom can do a lot of stuff. As after I cancel it, you don't need to erase the drive. Yeah, you don't need to erase the drive. It doesn't need, you don't need to erase it every time. It already had formatted it, so everything that it does here when you cancel it, it just deletes the files from the drive. You don't need to reformat every time you start the installer. I'm adding some weight here because this thing fell. Oh, I forgot I had a micro USB adapter. I hope this blade came from. Are you allowed to change the laptop during the install? Charge the laptop. Oh, yeah. You can just leave the charger in. It's still gonna complain if you don't. So yeah, normally you would leave the charger in because if it turns off half install, it's not gonna be pretty. Okay, so let's clean the background a little. We're gonna move 90 of my projects here. This thing as well. So this is also an encouragement for everyone that's looking and is gonna look the repetition of this. Well, this is going. You can just go do something else because all you really need to be aware of is that you need to check the time every 15 to 20 minutes. Right here, it gives me a lot more time because it's downloading stuff. It's downloading the IMG, well, the DMG or the PKG for installing the system. So yeah, you can just leave it do this thing, do something else, clean your room, maybe go cook something. Actually, you could eat something will it does its thing. Or do as I'm doing right now. Give a little more order to your desk. I just slapped the shit out of my computer. There's so many stuff in here, man. Am I leaving the live stream on your channel so that I'm able to rewatch it? Yeah, man. You can. I'm gonna leave it anyways because this is great content and I like sharing this kind of stuff. I'm gonna leave it there. You can rewatch it however many times you need. Uh, I recommended watching at 2 times the speed, or well, 1.5 times the speed. But yeah, you can rewatch it however many times you want. Is information. Information is free and available for everyone. Hope this one helps. By the way, I know macOS can be very unreliable and hard to install, especially on a system that is not supposed to run macOS. So man, I hope it works. Why do I say I hope it works? Because it has happened to me that it just fails without a reason. I'm cleaning my room faster than I normally do. This way we have a more clean and easy to see background that is not a lot of mess on a messy room. I'm trying to not cover the screen, by the way, because... Oh, shit. Such a pleasant here. Forget I had this. This one's our caps. Why the fuck do I have caps? That's true though. It's really hard to get macOS running on a Ryzen CPU. Don't understand much why, other than macOS had Intel backwards compatibility. That macOS had backwards compatibility with Intel. Wow, wording is a mess. So yeah, I just think it's that maybe that and the texts not being really reliable does not help much. Oh, I did not knew I had a cube, a Rubik's cube, to be specific. Let's throw this away. Now I have to clean this place from everything. I'm gonna move this thing a little backwards now. Now, it'd be good if I play some music, but sadly, YouTube doesn't like me. So if I play music, it's gonna just give me a copyright strike. That has happened. So I'm just gonna mute my mic and possibly watch memes. By the way, I forgot to mention, as a side note, graphics on this thing, because I see that FX is a person who likes games. You cannot run much games on macOS here. It has a little support for OpenGL, but the fallbacks are sometimes reliable, sometimes not. Okay, okay. Just wanted to leave that note in the air because though you can like make some stuff to make graphics work with the Metal API, it might be a little hard. I haven't been able to make it work, but just wanted to let you know. It. I'm just gonna mute my mic again. Okay, just wanted to do a little interruption here because it has been a little while since I spoke, and silence can tend to make people a little nervous. Just wanted to do a little recommendation for people who are interested in this kind of stuff. this guy, Ben League, or well, Ben Eater and Sebastian League, are two channels of which I like to recommend for more stuff like that, like this. Specifically, wait, they don't cover the Hackintosh aspect of stuff, but it's still very interesting and they teach you a lot of stuff. In case of anybody interested in learning a little more or of hardware and software. Uh, and let me go to the web page here so I can show you specifically what steps I took. Mm, takes a little while. Okay, found it. So I took these steps from the Dortania guide, where you can make it on Linux. Specifically, like it tells you that you need the Mac recovery. We watch this. We look at this. Okay, uh, and of course that you needed a 4 gigabytes USB stick. I went with a 16 gigabyte to make it a little bit easier because as you keep adding stuff to the EFI, is gonna take up more space, of course. And here are the commands. Of course, we saw this before. The commands for the downloads of the DMG. There's the methods, of course, of formatting the USB and partitioning it. And LSBLK, we used it to determine our partitions. The MKFSB FAT, which we changed it for FAT. BFAT is a little bit more portable. And we copy it, mount it. AirSync it, we didn't use AirSync. Okay. And of course, I need to show you guys the dog and monkey again. The dog and monkey is uh, wait, what the fuck? Okay, and the person from which I can say thank you for the EFI folder. There's a lot of more Hackintosh folders here. So yeah, you can just look at this and use it if you must, if you want to. This is the specific EFI folder that I used. The minimal changes I did was the SM BIOS, which we did not generate it for this run. The refined installation that was installed by Linux, that you can skip it, it's not relevant. So yeah, I also here on the EFI, if we go, we have Microsoft here. This is the Windows bootloader. I deleted that one from the EFI folder because I do not intend to run Windows. You can leave this one in if you will run Windows. Still, I would try to stay as far from Windows as I could, because you would need to make a few stuff to create a new EFI for Windows, because Windows does format your EFI folder. Just a little general info for you all. This is the sources of information I used. As well, with a little Google search, we can have the Apple Developer SIP documentation. Of course, here's a little more in detail um, explanation of the Apple System Integrity Protection docs, but we are gonna go to Apple Developer. This is integrated on macOS. We disable it here because integrity protection is gonna try to block us from loading texts, which we don't want that to happen. Now, uh, here's of course how to do it on a real Mac. Here we use the recovery DMG to make that work. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much all the documentation that I used, and of course, 150 attempts later, we can get stuff. Yours crashed. Crashed. Well, just try to move your mouse. Normally, it kind of blocks mouse input after a few minutes. If it crash, I have nothing in my mind to why. What could have failed? I'm trying to think of what could have failed. If you were able to start the installer, the graphics context cannot be the cause. Which drive are you using? Like, I'm gonna clean VRAM and restart. Yeah, uh, yeah, clean VRAM and VRAM. That should work. What could have what could have failed? Which M.2 do you have? There's some M.2 models that are not compatible with the text. Wait. Let me Google that stuff because I do not have much information on. Something with Samsung. Samsung. My drive is also Samsung, so that's interesting. Okay. Some macOS features may be available in newer versions of the time of banning fix. UNVMe family compared with non-Apple SSDs and most user both on Apple and non-Apple computers. The phone features are implemented. APST, HDAPS, runtime of panics. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. What do I need to put in the zip commands again? Normally, when you clean the NVRAM, you do need to run the commands again. Okay, so the model you say Samsung MCVLQ256HAJD00H1. 00H1. That's a standard Samsung. That's, I think, the default Samsung drive that comes with it. Yeah, I shouldn't have any issues with that drive. As far as I'm concerned, because the I'm using the I think the same device model. Wait, I think that's the serial number. I'm gonna have to look that one up as well. Let's say, let's see, H1 MCVLQ256 CBLQ256. No, yeah, no. After putting in the SIP commands, you don't clear the NVRAM because it deletes the variables that it sets. Hatched, hatched, 00H1. Okay. Mm, PM991. Okay. I think that's it. It is compatible. Yeah, PM9991 is compatible with Soy OEM drive. Ah, por cierto, buenos días. Calla, Adri, déjame ayudarle. Ah, God damn it. And yeah, good evening. So that seems, yeah, that seems compatible. So Kext is compatible. We know that. Um, though if it weren't compatible, it would crash as soon as you try to format it, as we saw. Uh, and yeah, as we see here, uh, PM991, same model of yours is PM911, 991. I forget. I'm full with words. And yeah, you. Huh. Everything seems to be compatible there. To know what exactly is failing there. Hmm. Well, we see here, mine seems to not crash so far. Monetization, secure data, failed to get token pass. That's, yeah, that always happens. Uh, no IAL update found. By the way, it's weird that your laptop does have support for the trackpad. Normally, it would not let you use the trackpad, so that's weird. Unless your trackpad has been replaced before, then it makes a lot of sense because replaced trackpads or repaired hardware parts can make uh, unreliable or unpredictable things to happen. It's 1:07 p.m. by the way. We've been here for a little while. We still have 6 hours and 30 minutes remaining. Might have been plays, I'm not sure to be honest. Yeah, it's really hard to know when a hardware piece is replaced. But still, doesn't change much. It should not crash because of the trackpad. But still, it's weird. It's good because you can use the trackpad, but it's weird because I cannot reproduce that same uh, system, that same ecosystem that's causing the issue. If not, if we cannot find a answer, I'm just gonna give up and ask ChatGPT for it. It'd be fun if I asked that piece of silicon something and it actually fucking fixes it. So yeah, 6 hours and 20 minutes. At least it's going by. So the whole installation is weird. Yeah, the whole I think the the DMG itself might be damaged because the fact that it's crashing so often, so predictably, we could say, it's weird. Because of the time in my mind, for the time that I counted, it crashes what so far at 30, 40 minutes into the installation process. So that's about 500 something megabytes. It's weird. It should not crash like that. Still, make sure you're using a big enough drive, big enough USB drive. Use like a 32 GB one. It never fails if you use a 32 GB one for the DMG. Again, it should not fail at all. It's a random question. Are you doing all this from Linux or Windows? Because that changes the process that you're gonna do, and in the end, it could change the outcome. It should not fail like that, but still could have something to do with it. I'm hearing capacitor blow up. Weird. I'm using Windows. Yeah, it shouldn't make a difference on the outcome. Hmm. I'm trying to think because it is a different process. Yeah, it should not change anything. Wow, an hour and a half. Hmm. What could it be? see, I already appreciate you helping me. Well, I'm not being very helpful to be honest. I have not uh given you a full fix to that one, so my help has not been very finite, like very how could we say this, very reliable, we could say. Still, it's very random. The I found out a few things can happen that it works. That was still unable for some reason. Oh, sure, recover was still enabled. Ah, okay. So that kind of halfway explained the crashes. Sure, recover is by HP, is a BIOS thing. Don't know if it could interact with the system in any way. So far as I know, it has absolutely nothing to do with the system, other than you can use it to recover the default Windows installation from HP. As far as I know, I think. No, it's wait. Well, we're gonna have to Google a lot of stuff because I don't know much of this computer as much as the next person. So let's Google. Okay. That should be us, but I think it does influence the full solution. I think it might be. Yeah, at least trying to run the kernel might cause some issues. Hmm. So, yeah, I was right. It sure recover works for recovering the default installation specified by your IT provider. That's normally HP, but yeah, it tries to repair Windows whenever it's broken, which we are purposely breaking it. The words. So yeah, it also says it here. Has the HP endpoint controller to protect and safeguard recovery settings. It enables safe reinstallation of device with the latest OS image and allows for remote recovery when not connected to the network. So yeah, that's. I think it might have something to do when running macOS. And it seems to be on every HP laptop from the EliteBook series. I think it's on every HP laptop to begin with. So yeah. I'm trying to keep the display open. The display on. Yeah, it throws up the same concern I had, like insufficient storage, poor internet connection, issues with startup disk, or corrupted system installation. It also says something about NVRAM and PRAM, but doesn't seem completely correct because you already cleaned the NVRAM twice, as far as I'm concerned. Corrupted firmware, I don't know if that could be possible even because like we're we're using texts, so firmware is on the texts, and software conflicts do not seem to be a possibility. So yeah, might just be a random issue. It happens. It used to happen to me a lot, and it still happens as far as I'm concerned. That it crashes and reboots and crashes and reboots a lot of times before it can actually install properly. Frequently, randomly, yeah. And it also seems to be a very common problem. Now, this one is the one that actually gets me concerned. Because if something is corrupted on the DMG, we can't really fix it without downloading a new one. So yeah, I'm hoping that it's everything but a corruption issue. There's also this little thingy. Only should work. It worked for you in the past. Yeah, it's right. It's correct. If it worked for me, it could work for you. The thing is, your system might have something different to mine. Sometimes it's serial number. Sometimes it's a piece of hardware that differs slightly. As an example of your trackpad, which might be repaired, should not affect, but still variations can happen and they all offer some kind of difference that in the end does affect at the end result. I don't know what exactly is causing yours to crash. Thank for the fact that just ran. I don't know exactly what is doing it. It should work, but like anything should work on your computer. I really can't find an explanation to it. Other than what I said before, that is a random issue that happens. And it used to happen to me when I changed the drive. Yeah, it could have been random. It happens. It can happen. It happened to me actually. The first few times that I tried to install Cinema, it crashed about 5 times on the install process. Two, well, it was on the second part, and a last one when it was already on the system. So it can happen pretty much any time. It's weird there. It's also because like macOS whines about non-recognized hardware or non-Apple hardware. I can understand because they wanna keep their stuff exclusive. Yeah, I mean, it's not logical in the sense that it's way more reliable to let people test your stuff before um, committing to buy a $3,000 laptop. But kind of makes sense because if you focus on developing for only your hardware and software, you don't have to deal with variation on systems hardware as well. Exclusive stuff is like the whole personality of Apple. So yeah, kind of makes sense from an enterprise level stuff, uh, from an enterprise level point of view. But yeah, like I think it's just because it's slightly less complex to program for only one computer instead of about 80 billion computers. Could you use your trackpad? Yeah, you can move it. You can move it. You just can't click on stuff. I just can't click on stuff. I grabbed this thing because with this thing I can actually click. By the way, you can also, to avoid it appearing as it has crashed, use open the locks, and these things move every time the screen is about to turn off. I can't really do that well unless I click the trackpad. Mine, mine can't really fully click there. So again, hardware issue. Yeah, it's a hardware variation there from my part. It's taking a little while, huh? I remember it taking a lot, but not this long. Yeah, the install is taking really long. Yeah, we could have like skipped a few hours if I had downloaded something from, I don't know, Olarilla, which gives you a full installer without downloading anything. But mm, don't know if I actually want to do that. I mean, my current working macOS installation, the one that I had on the drive that I pulled out from this computer, was done using Olorilla because I was in a rush and I wanted stuff to be done as soon as possible. Mm, but it really kills the idea of, you know, doing something the right way. I don't know. God, I hate when audio's auto enabled. Edit on would crash. I just gonna use my Ethernet dongle. Yeah, I mean you can just try that, but I don't think it does work much. Still, yeah, like normally when it fails, it's not on download. Like it never fails on download. It always fails on anything else. If it did fail when downloading the image, it did fail because the Wi-Fi could not connect. But if the Wi-Fi cannot connect, it kind of lets you know. Well, time has passed. I'm gonna mute my mic because I'm gonna watch memes while this thing goes on. Sí, va a ser la mitad del stream toda esa pantalla. Lastimosamente. Wait, why am I speaking Spanish? Sadly, fuck. Sadly, half of the stream is gonna be that screen. Yeah, possibly will work. We'll hope it works. It's really taking its time, and I don't know. That's actually very intelligent, doing homework. I'm just watching memes. You know, it's really good idea to do something when this thing finishes, because as you see, it takes forever to download. I'm just gonna mute me again and keep watching memes. It's very possible that it's gonna work because when it takes forever, like 5 hours, more than 5 hours, it is very possible or very low possible that it's gonna fail because passed uh you passed the little size well the little window where it could fail on installation. So it's just like, yeah, I'm finding some stuff here in the UI of YouTube. Oh, okay, so we have filters. I did not knew that. What's that? It's you can know that it's my first time streaming from my phone. It says, I see a long have this. Yeah, because it just want to leave everything working so I can make a backup or something to never do this again. It's a really good idea to do a backup of your drive. Yeah, I never do that, so I end up reinstalling a lot. But yeah, you might not want to do this again, or if you do, you want to use Olorilla to avoid dealing with 5 hours plus wait times. It's a big download, by the way. It's like 13 gigabytes or something, but it's good. It allows you to not deal with this and to have it ready in like 15 minutes. Olorilla, well, they just give you the image file that you can put into a USB and just drop the EFI into the EFI partition. What they do, they just give you this whole thing, but without the download step. It's a good option if you want to do things quickly. It's not a great option if you may be thinking it could have something else. Because yeah, it's something to keep in mind. It's reliable in the aspect that you can reproduce it and have something ready, just drop a new EFI and it works. But you may not know what it has on it in the aspect of the application that comes with the system or the configurations that they have. Normally, I do this thing with the download step because I can configure it more thoroughly. But yeah, if you wanted to do this rapidly, you would need to spend more time in the download step, the first download step from the system that you are trying to move. Let's say you download Olorilla from Windows and then flash into a USB using Balena and then drop the EFI folder. You're I'd still recommend to have two USB drives instead of one because a little bit more reliable, a little bit more easy to iterate and to just pull the DMG 11 hours to me. Yikes. Yeah. Wi-Fi connection does affect a little, so uh, try to move a little closer to the modem, to the Wi-Fi modem. That way you don't have to wait 11 hours because 11 hours is a long while. It does jump sometimes. It can become less time, but it all depends. I could use this time to draw. I don't know why I'm not drawing. As long as it's connected. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as long as it doesn't run out of battery or it's connected to power, it really doesn't matter much. By the way, fun fact, and this is just funny that I'm being shown an ad for a Mac when I'm doing a Hackintosh. I just find it funny. Apple Light Edition shirt. Wait, Light Edition shirt. Yeah, it's like 1998, 1999. Wow, that's both old and really impressive. I have not seen one of those other than on Google. Damn, man, that's cool. Wear it often, but I should. You could wear it often, and it would be even more interesting because if someone asks why you have that shirt, you can just pull out your HP and be like, "I did this. I did a thing." By the way, I am noticing a pattern here with people who own Macs. This is a random Twitter post, well, X post. It's always dad's money. I don't know why. Every post I find, maybe I'm not finding the right posts, but every post I find about people getting a Mac is through parents. I might try to chase that. The only Mac that I'd consider is the Mac Mini, but outside of that, nothing really. Yeah, I mean, Macs are okay. They're good for video editing, but I really don't find them the most worthwhile products. I have, well, I cannot say much because I have an iPhone, but still, their products, specifically Macs, I would buy a Macintosh, like a laptop, but don't know. I don't know how to feel about those computers. I mean, they're mainly ARM. I cannot do anything with ARM because, well, ARM architecture is really annoying to me. And the system itself, it's okay. Though I don't like the fact that it has a soldered SSD. But yeah, like Macs are mainly for people who just want, at least from my perspective, who just want one thing that works out of the box and don't want to worry about it ever breaking again. Which is something good, by the way. Macs do not tend to break as much as Windows and Linux systems. PowerPoint and Excel do are on Mac, but they're not as good as on Windows. So yeah, good call on that one, because if the tasks you're gonna do are not like super heavy on the terms of like it does not require a lot of load to the GPU, you don't need a Mac for really simple stuff. So yeah, so like depends on what you're gonna use the system for. As an example, I normally use my system for development or watching memes or scrolling through Reddit and Twitter. So yeah, I was like, I don't need a Mac for that unless I am required to buy a Mac through my job, which never happens anyways. So yeah, it's not necessary in the context that some users might not see it fully necessary. Wait, I'm finding a lot of. There's a lot of buttons on this thing. Okay. It's also very noble of you to reject a Mac because those things are expensive. And thinking about it, you might have won points with your parents. 5 hours and 8 minutes. Oh, God dang it. Like at M4 or something, which is nice, but I already have a really strong PC, which will need to do something heavy workload. I could just use that. Yeah, like if you already have a PC that can handle heavy tasks, you really don't need an M4. Yeah, I think it all comes with perspective. For it's just Microsoft Office stuff. Yeah, you can skip uh, a lot of Macs when you just use Office stuff, especially on Word. Well, on Excel, because I found out that Excel does have some issues with Mac. I do not fully know which issues though. I think there's just like not uh they don't have a few stuff. So yeah, that the fact that you appreciate them for just offering to buy that stuff is impressive. A lot of people I've talked to don't actually appreciate that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's if your parents offer to buy that stuff, it's really both impressive and it shows by your part by saying no and actually appreciating that you're a nice person. Well, but that you're conscious enough to know that it's it's a real investment. It's a real investment. I talk a lot and I apologize, but I need to feel the silence here. By the way, we're already copying some stuff to the hard drive. So yep, I knew he was gonna jump to like 30 minutes. It takes less than a minute to copy everything. So we are close to the clean NB RAM part. We could avoid cleaning the NB RAM, but we're not. We're actually gonna go through the pain of rebooting 5 times. Dream on, dream on, dream it, dreams come true. You'll get there eventually. I know that. Just do check the logs though, because sometimes the logs do tell you stuff like what failed or where it caused an exception. So do check the logs. Try to be very wary of that one. Okay, we see file system due to security settings. Wait. Oh, ignoring bomb. That's policy stuff. I'm noticing that this camera is way too away from the computer. So there we go. Now I can get close without me covering half of the frame. Yeah, it's just downloading. Just last thing I got was network change. Yeah, it's downloading is the longest part because it's like 13 gigabytes of download, and the network driver here is really basic, so it takes forever to download anything. Validating asset, and another download. Oh, yep. Sure, protected file system. It's gonna reset now. Okay, so yet again, we it rebooted, so we are required to again load into OpenCore. We're gonna move this thing out, and again, as I said before, this sometimes can fuck you up. So make sure to disconnect it when you are trying to boot into macOS after the first half. This is a little more interactive right here, but it's gonna be nice. That it couldn't complete it. What exactly did it say? Like network error, network disconnection. Sometimes it runs out of space, so it tells you that the space on the device is not enough and it could not complete. Okay, clean NVRAM. NVRAM cleanup. Reset NVRAM. Why do we do that? Because the first half requires something about the SDK. Oh, that's if it didn't cause a crash or reboot, the SDK stuff it doesn't matter much. If it did reboot though, there might be corruption on the image, I think, and that's not great. I think I fucked up here. It didn't reboot. Oh, then just leave it be. SDK errors sometimes do not indicate anything other than the SDK that something required wasn't or was newer or older, which in the end doesn't change much. So yeah, just leave it be. Okay, here we clean the NVRAM, we reboot it. That just get me out of the download. Then maybe your connection was too unstable. Try another network if you can. If the network is too unstable, it's gonna complain about it. So I recommend changing to a more stable connection. Try 2.4 gigahertz. Don't try the 5 gigahertz network because those tend to like have downs and lows that are too unpredictable for the system to compensate. It's a very dumb issue, but it happens. And I'm gonna pull this thing off. Oh shit! That did not just went flying through the screen. Okay, and I forgot one step. Fuck. Okay. Well, actually, we do need that one. Z, I do forget stuff, and I forgot that we need to go back and bless the drive. It's very dumb the fact that we need to bless the drive. I don't know why, but issues for some reason. I'll try and download it with my Ethernet. Hopefully it works. If you're already into the installer, I don't see why the Ethernet adapter should not work, but still. Let's hope that the Ethernet adapter works. Just try to disconnect it when it reboots because that's not gonna be nice if it fails. And I forgot to click the F9 key, didn't I? The Ethernet adapter works. Great, I was concerned about it. Okay, let's go to the recover DMG. I think that's already available if I'm not wrong. Nope, it's not. Just carry on, I can follow it later. Okay. I think we're ready actually for the copy step. I could do the copy step here on the recovery, but I don't know. Maybe we should wait. Maybe we should wait. What do I mean with the copy step? We copy the EFI files from the USB drive to the disk, but maybe it's better if we do it from the already working UI instead of the CLI. Did you bless the drive already? No, I did not. I forgot about it. So that's the thing. You can re-bless the drive. Well, bless the drive if you forgot about it. If you power off before the timer appears, because when the timer appears, it already starts reading and writing files. So you can just try to avoid forgetting about it for too long. As I said, I do forget stuff. Okay, Windows Shift D. That should give us a terminal. Okay, so for this we just need the keyboard so mouse can go off. Alas, volumes. We have MacHD and Untitled. Why the hell do we have Untitled? Oh, okay. So let's do bless. I forgot the command. That's lovely when I forget commands. So I'm gonna go to Reddit because I sent you the command. So it's okay. Plus bound and set boot. Okay. PFS. What the fuck? Okay, so that's the error that you sent me. That's the error that you sent me. So means that I might be doing stuff for another model. Eh, doesn't matter much. Just to make sure. If I knew how to write properly. Okay, so that's the issue you were seeing. Okay, so maybe I was either misremembering because I do have a long while since I don't do that, or we have to do the second half as well. Which in the end is still a pain in the ass, but yeah. Ain't it just lovely? Let's pull this thing off. Because we are not going to use the installer anymore. The question here is, why am I seeing a black screen and why this thing is tapping in? Anyways, that does sound bad, but I'm happy that I see you getting that error message. Yeah, that means that I was missing something. Okay, so from here, we let that do its thing. I'm gonna move this thing just in case. Just in case something goes wrong. What I'm doing is just moving the trackpad. Hey, we get something. Now we just leave that go. It's gonna reboot again, so we're just gonna wait. If you saw, I set the CSR util again after what was resetting the NBRAM. I forgot the words. What the heck? Yeah, I basically reset the variables. Zooming in and showing the minutes, sure. I hope that's focus, focus, focus. Okay, I hope that can be readable. I hope that can be readable. $28. Yeah, that's 20. Yeah, 28 minutes. Okay, so that's where you say that caps lock locks and it's not responsive. What did I do last time to fix that? Last time to fix that. I'm trying to remember. Let's wait, see if the timer goes down. It's 2:32 in the evening, so we just wait like what, 5 minutes? Let's set a 5-minute timer. Three minutes. And we put it aside from the PC. And why is it not focusing? It really annoys me. So let's put 3 minutes on the clock. Sorry. Maybe I have something better to put it against so it doesn't fall. Sometimes the best answer is the most dumb one. That with us, that happened to me, and the caps lock couldn't be toggled on and off. I think that's supposed to happen, I'm not really entirely sure. We did got stuck in 28 minutes though. I want to wait until the timer runs out, see if it happened to actually move. Because I'm not seeing anything actually. Other thing we can do on this step is leave it be. Let it do its thing for 1 to 2 hours. I'm not gonna do that because that's a lot of time. Or clean the NB RAM or reboot, force reboot and all that. We got stuck in 28 minutes. Yeah. I'm not even gonna wait for this thing to finish. Oof, almost filtered my notifications. Okay, so let's start again from the menu. Yet again, we had set variables on the NB RAM, so those might get reset. I don't really remember exactly where those variables are set. Clean it. Reset it. This could work, by the way. I don't remember exactly because I did a lot of stuff to try. Oh, we have to drive now. the US the huh. Okay. Let's see if that works. That used to do something. It makes me less nervous and both lets me see if the mouse gets trapped by some kind of issue. Maybe it's just a placebo effect, but yeah. Hopefully, hopefully it fixes with just a restart. Yeah. Somehow doubt it. It got stuck. See, there's a point in the wait time on this specific screen where you need to reboot. There's like about what 1 minute, 2 minutes. It does get annoying there because you need to do that every single time until it works. You don't need to clean the NVRAM all the time though. Once you clean it once, you just leave it like that. What the fuck was that? Wait, let me go back one. What's that? Weird. Let's try it again. We're not gonna change anything this time. We're just gonna leave it be. See if that changes anything. I know that halfways, when it crashes halfways, is a graphics issue. About 40 to 50% of the bar. They should like get like a jumped all the way. Graphics issue again. So at least we know we tried rebooting, cleaning NVRAM. We also tried to not clean the NVRAM and let it be. Plug back this thing because of course the base system is not going to be available. No, absolutely no, I didn't. Here we go again, CSR util. Yeah, this one is just for real Max. It gets annoying. It gets annoying. I gotta say, you have a lot more patience than me with this stuff. I don't. I don't. I'm 3 errors more from redoing the whole computer as a whole. Let's see if that works somehow. Okay, so we have this. We know that it's not frozen, at least. I'm gonna show exactly what I mean. That thing. So that's the mouse cursor. That's the mouse cursor. So if it moves, you know that it worked. It is gonna boot properly. So when on the UEFI menu, make sure after the screen turns black after the Apple logo, move the mouse. If when the mouse appears and it moves, means that you have a working system. Don't ask me how I know that. It's just something that happens for some reason when the mousepad, when the cursor cannot be moved. Is possibly a cue that is not gonna work, or is gonna crash at some point. So you see here we have 28 minutes, and it freezes. That's weird, huh? Thinking, what could be the reason? I was getting really hyped for that one. It did work for a second though. I don't know if you noticed. The mouse cursor was able to move. So it crashes after 28 minutes, which never happened to me before. Yeah, it never happened to me before. That's weird. Thinking. Okay. Yeah, fuck it. If yeah, I still did the zip commands, and it still failed. Hmm. Maybe. I kind of just gave up with googling stuff, and yeah. So it says the 29 to 28 minutes remaining mark in macOS installation is actually a known a pain point in Hackintosh setup. So that happens to everybody, seems like. That's the point when macOS transitions from the pre-linked kernel environment to a full userland and kernel extension load. And the mismatch there, usually storage, ACPI, or USB related, can lock the system. The fuck? Step by step to outline the most common custom fixes. So, SATA NVMe driver. NVMe SSD, you must ensure the open core 1.0. Blah, blah, blah. NVMe fix on Lulu. That's pretty much set on the EFI, so yeah. So USB maps already. The installer corruption. See, I was thinking about that one. Wasn't properly built or has an incomplete base system DMG, it'll hang at that point. It's been installed with the official create install media method. Had only essential texts. Don't include too many. ACPI, SSDT, and the boot arcs. Post kernel, MDOS X patches. Yeah, pretty much says that it's either a corrupted image or it's just gonna be a pain in the ass to be, anyways. The only commands I remember needing were those, like those two I used. Maybe I'm missing something, I do not know so far. I'm losing my patience because the keyboard is actually sounding now. At least we went past the first half. The first half is where we need to be careful. Here, the second half is kind of like meh. We can fuck stuff up and just redo it by resetting the NB RAM. Okay, so we're gonna ask more questions to this bucket machine. Yep, I don't find anything. So only thing we can really do is just keep trying until it works. That's 90% of all my attempts. Worse is that I know that random issues like this do get fixed by trying again and again and again until it does finally works. Nope. That one I already know it failed. 199 minutes. We've been 199 minutes on this thing. That's how we know we're doing really great. Oh wait, I'm gonna get copyrighted about that one. Let's try pull the installer off. That's lovely. And yeah, I kind of saw that one coming. You know what? I'm gonna leave it be. I'm gonna leave it there. I'm probably gonna go do something else while that one is going. That means watching memes, if that's not specific enough. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Okay, so at least we know that even if the mouse doesn't move much or doesn't appear, the process does seem to be still Just making a copy of your original drive to this one. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty much it. But I cannot just, do a copy of this drive of the other drive that works and just send it to you. Yeah, kind of defeats the purpose of the whole stream. Still, I'm gonna leave it like that. I'm gonna wait like what, 30, 80 minutes, possibly more, because as of the information I get from all this is just uh, passing from an pre-linked system to a full user land. That's very complicated words to say. It's going from a halfway system to a full system, and it needs to mount a few things before proceeding. It also like uncompresses a lot of files. I don't know exactly what it does in the background, to be honest. But yeah, I'm just gonna wait for it to finish, see what happens. Those are the longest 28 minutes I've ever seen. And I don't even think it's going further, to be honest. Wait, no, it is advancing really, really fucking slowly. It's gonna take a long while. I mean, that's a good question, and the keyboard does respond. I thought I was gonna be sent back to hell, but no, yeah, the keyboard does respond. Weird. Huh. I mean, yeah, it doesn't turn off the caps lock, but if it were, because this is the keyboard is controlled by the system in the end, if it were crashed, the interrupt would not work, I think. Weird. The caps lock does not free though, but that's not very reliable because sometimes this thing does not get released anyways. Well, what can we lose? Am I right? Anyways, I'm gonna put this in the background because I don't know, funny video I found on Twitter, Instagram. Well, can we pray together? By the way, those 28 minutes, 29 minutes it always shows, don't believe them. They are never 28, 29 minutes, it's always more. Also, yeah. Caps lock doesn't work on this stage, also. So you cannot rely on the caps lock to tell you when it's done, because it never works, anyways. I know it's counterintuitive. I found the hard way. Okay. sadly we do need, if it did was failing, we still need to reboot and start all over from scratch in the part that's the second phase. It's gonna take a little while. Why the hell am I sleepy? I need to Google how to add. Oh, wait. Well, we can't really change parameters then. Okay, now we're gonna try something else. We're gonna move this until we see 28 minutes, see if it freezes still. Click a few tabs every now and then. See, that's what I mean. Like, you can't rely on the caps lock much because sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's weird. On the way now, I'm gonna have to go because it's kind of late and I have to wake up early. Yeah, for you, man, you just, if you need to go, it's okay, really, because this is gonna take a long while. Still, if I make it work, I'm gonna send you the timestamp to let you know exactly where I found the fix and where it worked. If it's a trial and error, then I'm just gonna tell you that because this is just lost time if it's trial and error. We're past the 28-minute. Oh, there it is. Frozen. Caps lock does not respond. It's not responding anyways. And keyboard does get late though. We can free FN and shift. That's weird. Okay, I'm gonna get another laptop just to edit that config.p list because it's really getting to my nerves. So we are gonna enable boot arcs. Okay, I'm gonna go for the PC. Fuck me sideways. Anyways, we are gonna pull this thing to the side if we are able to make enough space and have a crappy Acer laptop here that I'm gonna use for the sole purpose of editing this and not changing the disk drive. We're gonna turn this off. Pull the disk. We aren't gonna use that one anyway, so you see, that's the good thing of having a backup. Uh, it's okay. It's Windows anyway, so it doesn't matter. Hopefully my face is not visible. If it is, just pretend you didn't saw anything. Have the cable, power cable. Okay, and we need a mouse because Windows does not let me use it without a fucking mouse. We're gonna pretend as if this thing is not fully broken. For the sake of my mind. Okay. That should be it. I pulled it out, but that's why my hand's there. This thing also reflects a lot more. Hopefully that's not noticeable. It is very noticeable. It is very fucking noticeable. Damn. Okay, now I see the difference between LCD and OLED. Huh, weird. That just means I need to keep my face behind the phone. Ow. This is an Intel laptop, but sadly this is not compatible with macOS at all. Not even with existing text, sadly. This is my mother's laptop, by the way. Okay. It crashed or it rebooted, because if it rebooted, possibly it already finished. I swear to God, this screen, man. It's gonna fucking create an unintended face reveal. Me trying to keep my anonymity. Okay, there it is. Time to go to... Oh, it's really messed up here. Crashed. Weird. Okay. Finally loaded. Oof. Crashed at 30 minutes. Crash at 30 minutes. That's close to the linked initial system. If it's close to the linked initial system, might be, what could it be? The fuck? Wait. What? What the heck? Okay. I'm so glad I know Spanish. Yeah, trying again seems like the real good option. I'm just trying to see if I can edit the file, the config.plist file. I have to set it. Fuck. We can't really clean that. So, let us see if we can force it to mount the EFI partition. That's not the application I was looking for. Okay, we have a process at least. We are gonna leave this here. I don't know how to feel about it, but anyways. This part. Nice disk. Select disk 1. Select partition 1. And assign letter equals G. Huh? Position is PRS. The fuck? Okay, so let's see if that helped. No, it didn't. Didn't do anything actually. The other option. So I'm going to file some partition. That. Well, I think we could recreate the EFI partition anyways. Alright. If you guys are wondering exactly why the frick am I downloading something that I already have it, what are you actually trying to do? Yeah, I was trying to edit the plist, but EFIs are not available from Windows, which means I'll have to recreate it. I'm just gonna call it H. Fat32. Gonna do that. Finish, and that should be it. If we go to my downloads now. Well, the downloads in the computer is really not mine. The fuck? Huh? Hello? Network issues? That's not right. Wrong, it should be, yeah, it should be there. If I'm not wrong, it was like 500 megabytes or so. So, what's our plan of action here? If I were to actually know how to. We are gonna download the new EFI. We enable Beerbos. We save that to the USB drive. And that's the plan. God dang it. Sadly, we'll need to deal with this for now. This should be downloaded. Okay, done. I was really getting to my nerves. Let's extract tool. I'm getting annoyed at the Windows way of action. We're gonna delete all the Windows files anyway, so we don't matter. It doesn't matter much how I do this stuff. Funny, we were trying to just edit one file. We ended up redoing the whole system, well, the whole system EFI. Yeah, no, if we extract, okay. I was gonna say we can extract only certain files, but no, we can't. EFI, open core, config.plist. Open with. I don't think that Notepad has. It's the same as Notepad if I'm not wrong. Yeah, I think it's the same. It's the same. No, it's okay. So at least we have something. Okay, so we're wrong. Control F. Nope. Okay, so okay, so it's not casing is really important for whatever reason that is. Hey, boot arcs. Okay, keep sims, debug, MCPI. -B. Yeah, I don't think we should worry much about it. Keep sims, unfair PGA, NCPCI, NPCI. Yeah, that doesn't seem like it matters much. Save it, close it. Now we copy this whole ordeal to. Oh, we actually first delete this. Delete this, and we copy the EFI folder. To or USB drive. Continue. Huh? Excuse me, what the fuck? I don't see why I wouldn't have permission to be on the drive. That's weird. So let's reformat it again. Gosh, Windows is so annoying. No, shut up. Let's try Why do I not have permission? Why do I not have permission? That's weird. What? Security advanced and either changing the owner or adding the user account for full control. Disk check utility. I'm making sure the user account is part of the administrator group. Why do I need to ask permission to use my drive? Yeah, I don't see exactly which security tab it speaks about because there's none. Unless there's some extra shit that I need to. Volumes. Yeah, I don't know. Let's try going to. Can someone motherfucking explain me what the hell is going on? That should delete the partition. Okay. Now we okay. At least we have something. Remove RAM, scripts, cover, offline, align, merge list, inactive, import. This is what I mean when I say that Windows is a headache, because it was very obvious. I formatted from here. Properties. Directives. Controller details, events. Everything seems alright. New volume. Hold the desk. We're gonna change this to G just for the sake of it. Why? It makes no sense. Unplug it, plug it again. Always fucking works. Of course. Makes sense. I hate Microsoft. Well, not Microsoft, just Windows. I just don't like Windows. Oh, my fucking head. Again, we were just trying to edit the boot argument, so it shows verbose. Why? Because verbose will actually tell us what the fuck's failing. Ugh. I can't wait for this thing to finish so I can just stop using Windows fully. Okay, got it, done it, goodbye. And where the fuck? Okay, we edited what we need to edit it. We can say that Ed edited it, but Ed didn't edit it. I'd love if I didn't have a mess of cables. Because I did edited it. But Ed didn't edit it. I don't know why I'm saying what I'm saying. Anyways. I know, shut up. Question is OpenCore enabled now? Possibly not. Now, let's pray for our edits to actually work. Will you be able to send that file if it works? Oh, yeah. If that works, I am gonna freaking send it. And it's not sarcasm, I'm being real. If this one actually works with the verbose, the verbose really doesn't add much, I'm gonna send it. Okay. So I have some stuff, and we are gonna see if it kernel panics and where it kernel panics to see what fails exactly. Okay? So, loads of other stuff, some failures, and we get to this part where, god damn it, so it just, I saw a few failures. I don't know if those meant anything. I was really hoping for that one to work. We now have no serial number, by the way. We have not set a valid serial number, which in the end is kind of a brain dead move, but if this works, I'm gonna be very fucking mad. We have a moving mouse there. I'm gonna keep moving it just to see where it freezes. Should be taking time. It should be taking time, yeah. We're gonna assume that it spent like 2 to 3 minutes without freezing. Oh, just just when I started to take time. I'm gonna still take time. Just when I started to take the time of this thing, it froze. Yeah, caps locks. He's dead. He's dead. Oh, god damn it. I don't. It's not worth it. So, macOS had verbose on it, didn't help. Yeah, didn't help either. I assumed. I just wanted to see exactly what was failing. I saw a few failures though. Right. Let's go back. Let's go back and try to record what failed. Let's see if I have. See if I have slow-mo on my Short video panorama time of slow motion. Okay. This is gonna take like fucking 8 gigabytes of my device's memory, but I'm still gonna do it. It's gonna be so fun to see 2 fucking screens. Please load the fucking menu. Okay. Okay, MacOS installer. I'd love if this thing focus. What the fuck? This thing has some weird issue when recording screens. I don't know why. It's gonna be a pain to read that. Well, we're gonna pray for that thing to do something. I can't read any of that. Yeah, no, I can't read any of that. It really didn't help at all. Yeah, it did slow it down. Did not do anything for it though. Yeah, no. As I say, is like there's some DMA failures. A few libraries, assemblies. Oh, this one actually did not show any errors. What the fuck? This one actually did not show any errors. I kind of can read it, but kind of not. Because I know that those are kernel injections. I kind of can make out a few words from it. Yeah, but now this one does not have any errors. Yeah, no errors. So it's kind of like a Russian roulette. You just gonna have to gamble it out. Yeah. God damn it, man. This is annoying because the... I don't know. And now it kind of can. This one does not serve anymore, but it... God. Okay. Again, time it. See how long it takes before it... And now it... Okay, anger management is working great. Somehow it worked. 27 minutes. Oh god, no. It's a trial and error. Fuck! It's a trial and error. I mean, in a nutshell. Yeah, it's a trial and error. Just gotta keep trying until it works. Motherfucker. God damn it. Okay, So at least now we know. Now we know. Now we know. Oh, Apple, I fucking hate you. Why? Oh, why? Still, I will send you the EFI. Yeah, I'm gonna compress that and send it to you. I think it's the default one, but still, I'm gonna send it to you. God damn it, man. How long have we been doing this? 254 minutes. Wait. Let's 254. 4 hours and 23 minutes. So tough. 4 hours. We've been doing this for 4 hours. It's a dang long tutorial. Yeah. Yeah, it's a very long tutorial. Oh, god damn it. Well, we have it. Fuck you, Apple, but we have it. I cannot extend the amount of exasperation I'm feeling. I'm gonna send you to the FI. I'm gonna make sure this one works properly. We're gonna reboot a few times, see if it causes any issue. If it doesn't, if it doesn't, I'm gonna be angry. Oh, God damn. I mean, in the end, we had it working. Just trial and errors are the worst thing. So you just gotta gamble it out. If it does, you're a lifesaver. I'd be a lifesaver if it actually works. In the end, we just enabled verbose from the default EFI folder that I sent you. So it kind of did nothing while doing a lot. I don't know. Mac. Just Mac. And didn't take long to get to 27 minutes. Yeah, it just like went with actual time and now it froze. Now it froze. I mean, the bar is still moving, but the mouse froze. This is a question of 13 minutes. I'm not a Hackintosh expert. I'm not made to be a Hackintosh expert. Rushing at 30 minutes and this one is getting frozen. So it's just like the EFI doesn't work anymore. That's my only explanation right here, that the EFI doesn't work anymore. What the fuck? I don't know. 24 minutes, according to it. Yeah, I mean, right now it's late as hell. Have 24 minutes on the clock, and about what 5 minutes and 50 on the other. So it just like doesn't want to work for whatever reason that is. Man, 4 hours, that's dang long time. And this time we only had like one USB drive here, so possibly that helped in some way. Don't know, we tried different stuff. Oh, what could it be? What could it be? What could it be? Nothing comes to mind, really. Yeah, possibly I did. That's a very big possibility. I got very lucky on my attempts. Plausible. It's plausible. Oh man, I have a headache. Actually, let's go back to the BIOS. See if we can change something that could involve not working. Some settings sometimes cause issues. It's weird though. Same EFI, same configuration said I didn't change anything other than the drive, and now it doesn't work. Okay, so we have good options. Let's get rid of that one. Move the USB to the top, just in case that has something to do. I don't see anything that could actually... Yeah, I don't see anything that could cause this to fail. Okay, let's clear the keys, the secure boot keys, see if that helps. Ignore my neck doing the loudest sound ever. So far it feels like a roulette, because sometimes it goes past 27 minutes, then sometimes it doesn't, and then sometimes it crashes at 26. Well, 27. Fuck, what the hell am I saying? So far it feels like it's Russian roulette. See what it does. But we don't have that much time to see. Okay, memory tests. That's not great. Yep. Boot device not found. The fuck you mean? Just thinking, trying to find out what's wrong, but nothing seems wrong. What could be wrong? Are you fucking kidding me? Don't seem to really find out what's wrong. Only thing we can really do is just keep trying until it does work. Okay. So, new BLD, Apple C, APFS validating Intel firmware, Apple's. I don't see failures. It doesn't have any failures anymore for whatever reason that is. And we're back at 29 minutes. Okay, let's set the timer again. Well, set the stopwatch. See how long it takes before freezing or not. Again, caps lock, not reliable. It works and works and works. Work doesn't work. Work doesn't work. It annoys me the fact that, okay, caps lock stopped working. Now it works. See, it's not reliable to depend on the caps lock to see if it works and it doesn't. See. Works not, works not. Got it stuck again. 54 seconds though. Huh. So possibly the input gets overwhelmed by me constantly clicking. That's a possibility. Other thing we could do is just not give any input, which will not give us any idea if it's working or not. Yeah, it happens as well. That happens. It appears and sometimes don't. Like when you don't give any input to the laptop, the mouse will not appear, or will appear but in the top left and will not move. It's weird. This fucking thing is like dealing with a child. It kind of feels like dealing with a child. Are getting A7 EC report. Oh, now we have errors, and this one actually kernel panicked. So it filled a lot caxed DE Leo Labs Voodoo SM bus. That's momentarily. Exit, put into touchpad, command failed. That's for the PS2 trackpad. That's the issue you're seeing. The mouse appearing and sometimes not. This line right here. Wait, let me zoom in. That Voodoo trackpad, the entity touchpad commands failed. That's the one that causes your wait. We need to stop this clock watch. Stopwatch. And then we have the Apple PS2 PSG idle point. Again, getting ESC, boot Apple NVMe request. Okay, kernel panic. Okay, boot arcs. Memory panic, stack shot succeeded but traced 1566. I'm not focusing on the right point. Okay. Model name MacBook Pro. Shutdown begun. No. Panic dialogues. File unavailable. Panic occurred prior to initialization. So there's a file missing. So there's some file missing. That's new. Well, new to me, at least. Current version 23.6.0, Wednesday, October or something. New release x86-64. Currently UID, blah blah blah. Roots install 0. Kernel code slide. Something in hexadecimal, which I'm too lazy to read. It might be kernel base, text base, system model name, shutdown begun, panic dialogues, file unavailable. Yeah, it's just the file missing in quotations. I'm gonna leave that in quotations because I know the files are not missing. So, at least now we know that the constant failure might be because of a file missing. Possibly it's just a trackpad not being recognized issue. Because if the PS2 trackpad is not recognized, I think that something fails in the kernel. It kind of requires the trackpad to be enabled. I don't know. I'm not a MacOS expert. I'm glad I'm being somewhat helpful, I think. Still, sleep well. I'm gonna stay awake and try to fix this mess. Hopefully I find a fix before tomorrow, so I can just, send you the EFI folder. Open core again. Let's go in the NB RAM again. Reset NB RAM again. Okay, again, same thing, same thing. Now the PS2 trackpad is enabled. And we get something. But without the trackpad, of course, we cannot interact. And it gets stuck. What could it be? An option again is just using Olorilla. I see that the most plausible option. Really didn't want to show Olorilla here on stream file, but guess we have no other option here because it's taking way too much. It's just 4 hours is a lot of time. We could have already had this done with if we used Olorilla. So we're gonna use Olorilla. Shut it. Fuck on here. We need Olorilla, so we're gonna use Olorilla. Right. Right. Sonoma. Mediafire, which I am gonna just avoid you guys the necessity to look at all this mess. There we go. Olorilla. And I'm gonna possibly leave the link somewhere. Again, documents. That's the plan now. If that works, I'm gonna send you the link. I doubt it work, but let's hope it does. We're gonna need Balena. Why Balena? Because it's the only tool that I've seen work with this thing. You're just gonna ignore when it tells you that it's not a bootable image. I'm gonna have a headache. That's for Windows. Now they don't have a portable? That's lame. By the way, we might be able to learn Espanol. Reading this whole thing. 2 hours! Wow! I'm gonna have a fucking mental breakdown! Ugh. Is that a BIOS flash? Not a BIOS flash. Is the image from a setup that has already all the files, because I am not doing this bullshit today. A BIOS flash comes in .bin files because they require flat binaries. In short words, is a MacOS installer that already has all the files in it, so you don't have to download anything, and it just goes, and it works 90% of the time, and you can avoid connecting to a network, which kind of avoids. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna make you flash your BIOS, man. That's, other than not a great idea, it's just dangerous, and Windows handles everything for you on that aspect, so no need to flash your BIOS. God, this is taking a long while. We're possibly gonna take another friggin' 3 hours. This was supposed to be a quick stream. This was supposed to take like 2 hours, 3 hours maximum. Now we're like 5 hours in and no idea why the fuck it fails. That kind of feels like my whole life. Hello? It's a dual core machine too, by the way. This one right here, the Acer one, the crappy Acer one is not great. I have like fucking 5, 6. I'm running out of options too. It's not great. Nope. Hello. You got lost, eh? Okay, so I'm gonna get it working eventually. I'll send you the steps if I do. Have a nice day and sleep well. I'll be writing whatever happens here and send you the file. It's gonna take too long. Too long. Hello? Where the fuck's Melena? So we had to. Oh god dang it. We could flash a different BIOS. I don't think that would work very nicely for me, but we could flash another BIOS. There it goes. I'm just gonna sit down and relax because that thing is gonna take way too long. Okay, so now, Bolena, how do you use it? You put an image file in one end, USB disk in the other, and it goes. Now we just wait for the 15.8 gigabytes to download. That's okay. So basically, the idea: we take Valin Etcher, we take the raw file, put it in the one end, put the disk in the other, and it just goes. If it complains about it, I'm just gonna find another way to do something. I forgot to put in the USB drive. Of course, I forgot to put in the USB drive. Of course, I almost lost the USB drive. There we go. Okay. Get out. Nope. What? We formatted again. Wait, let's actually give it that name because, you know. I was really hoping for this thing to be done by the time I was back. I was wrong. Anyways, time to keep waiting because, well, not much we can do without this. Well, we have the image finally after I forgot how much time it took. Anyways, that's because I don't want to deal with permissions. Oh yeah, I was eating chips, by the way, so that's what you just heard. Hello? The fuck? What the fuck is going on with the desks? Why aren't they appearing? Why is it Microsoft Edge a task? Okay, I see why. Task admin, Cortana, which shouldn't even be here. Huh. Weird. Well, now Balena doesn't want to start, which is annoying to say the least. So let's reinstall it. God, I love that. I love that Windows is the mainstream, huh? Now it's slowing to a crawl, of course. Why is it slowing to a crawl if the fucking program is not even starting? Only then it starts. Only... What? Why? What? The fuck? Now suddenly it works. Okay, now flash from file. I hope my mic is on because I'm not gonna check. Grab this. It's gonna tell us that there's no boot sector, possibly. Hello? Wrong file opening. Metadata is not a function. The fuck you mean metadata is not a function? Other thing we could do is use Rufus. I doubt that Rufus would. Yeah, it's not gonna fucking work, is it? Let's see if that fixes our issue. Maybe closing and opening it again. It's gonna cause the same issue, isn't it? Yeah, is it? It is. It is gonna cause the same issue. I must be good with dealing with this kind of things. This would be 10 times faster if I just use the other laptop, but we are here. Anyways, Rufus has a DD mode, kind of like it has a mode to just copy bytes to the disk, and it just goes. It's better if I show you. And finally, it has a portable one that I can just fucking download and run. How easy is that? Huh? Shut. You want to no. So we have the USB. We get this thing. No, that. We grab our documents. We want to put this here. This one open. See, easy, easy, isn't it? Okay, and there we go. How easy was that? It's gonna take a lot, isn't it? Yep, it's gonna take forever. And we have locks. Logical volume handle. So at least now we have locks. This is new to me. Single drive 1 for exclusive write access. We'll use E as a mount. I will just let it do its thing. Okay, so again, muted mic. We'll let it go. Come back. I'll come back whenever it's done. For anybody wondering what the fuck was that, I moved the camera. Well, people seem to not understand that I don't want to be sent messages. So yeah, I was answering a message with the camera. Yeah. Anyways. You love when I have to do stuff live because, well, thank you, fucking WhatsApp, for making everything 10 times worse than it should be. And thank you, Apple, for making stuff 100 times more difficult than they should. I'm suffering more than I should be. I'm gonna really reconsider my way to deal with this kind of stuff. I just, yeah, it's gonna be. Why do I use WhatsApp? Why? Oh, God damn it. Anyways, I'm gonna do a phone call. Be right back as soon as this thing finishes. And as soon as I don't click the switch camera button. Alright, I'm gonna just check if I can actually turn off the camera. That did absolutely nothing. I don't know what that did. Definitely wasn't turning off the camera. Yes, I was away. Yes, I did not see when this finished. Yes, I will fix it. Okay. No, we don't want to. I forgot. We don't need to open this here. We need to open this Gatman. Do we? No, we haven't. Okay. This one. Bye. Wait. Oh, we can delete it like that. Sorry. Fuck. Windows R. PowerShell. Ctrl Shift Enter. That should give us admin. Oh my god. Time to work. Right, so I'm watching memes as I am trying to fix this thing. Select this one. List partitions. Partition. Select region 1. Delete. Partition. If I'm not wrong, that's yes, I don't know. I don't know Windows, okay? Format fast equals fat level. Huh? Wait a motherfucking second. What? Okay. Actually, since we're here, there we go. Why to suffer through trial and error? List partition, delete partition, override. Okay. Fucking finally. Now, we have two USBs. One of them is Olorilla, which should be quicker. And the other one is just the EFI folder, which we saw. It works. It's just very, very, very fucking annoying. Now, we're gonna put this thing away if we make this away, goodbye. We're gonna move this to the side. I'm gonna move this to the side. As we see, we're already on fucking macOS, but it never finished, so it's a broken install. We couldn't name it like that. Now, we put the USB, give it a slap. Why the slap? Don't know. It makes it funnier. Turn it off. Turn it on again. Spam F9 until the fucking key breaks off. We're gonna reinstall. 388 minutes into the shit. You know that I'm stressed. Okay, wait. We need that. What the heck happens here? Okay. Validating root DMG. That we don't care. It's already working fine as far as I know. We're gonna get this because that's our only mouse. Well, it's not our only mouse, but I am not gonna look for the Razer one because that one breaks the system more somehow. Ow. Okay, we have a USB interface, machine deferred by IO USB, host HID device. We could leave as the virtualizing enabled just to check if it works, but I don't know. Erase it again. Wait. Delete it. Done. Delete it. Done. Erase. We're gonna leave it as in title, APFS, UID. That seems alright. This is taking so long that possibly I'm just gonna refer to this as the final part. Because if this one doesn't work, I'm just gonna give up. I'm not even gonna connect to Wi-Fi because this one's like the full installer. But yeah, if this one doesn't work, it should take about 2 hours, 3 hours maximum. I'm possibly gonna think on just forgetting about it. Weird. We got a weird issue. It's always hangs there. I don't know why. I don't know why. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna just. I'm gonna re-enable this. Such a bad idea, but anyways, we already tried everything. I'm gonna just re-enable SBM CPU VM virtualization. CPU virtualization. Fuck it. What can we lose? A few more hours? I mean, we're already 393 minutes on those things. It's about like 7 hours, 8 hours, I think. I'm losing my patience. I didn't have any, but still, if I had patience, I'm losing it. I'm gonna just mute my mic because I'm possibly gonna say a lot of curses for the following 30 minutes. So, yes, I'm back. So, this is the part where it should reboot after the bum mismatch. It's gonna take a little while, isn't it? Yes, it is. I'm just gonna watch memes as this thing goes on because this is gonna take a little while. Man, I'd love if blogging would actually serve a purpose other than causing me unnecessary anxiety. Wow. What the fuck? Well. What the fuck is in my fucking Instagram timeline? God damn it. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm sorry, whoever is watching this. I'm watching memes as this thing completes, and I forgot, seems like, to mute myself. Sorry. I'm starting to think that I might need to do another stream at some other day because this shit seems to have no end. 427 minutes. And we still find issues. We already tried Verbose. Did not change shit, but we tried it. We tried, what is it, enabling stuff in the BIOS. We tried disabling stuff in the BIOS. Just don't want to do. Just don't want to work. Okay, so that's disabled. I was scared for a second there. We're gonna erase it again. Huh? Well, that was weird. It's almost as if like it doesn't want me to have it working, which is weird. Last time I checked, computers had no wheel whatsoever. Maybe I was wrong. Yeah, fuck. You know, this would be so much easier. If I wouldn't need to deal with this bullshit. Anyways, clean it, reboot it. And again, F9. Oh, we got a kernel panic. Kernel panic reason. File unavailable. Panic occurred before initialization. I really don't know what could have happened. Ah, fuck. Again. Because there's no missing files. I know that for a fucking fact. More than 5 hours. Would you mind turning on? Thank you. If anybody is wondering, do you know what you're doing? No, I don't. I'm just trying everything. Why is near image URL file system? Authenticating root image. And it fails to ALPS device. E6 report and E7 EC. Wait, I think that has a fix. Let me just Google it really fucking fast because nothing is straightforward with me. I just have to suffer through countless hours. Anyways, what the fuck? Is this thing shy, or why the hell did it just work the second I turned the camera away? Okay. Yes, I am stressed. I am stressed and pretty much could say murderous. For legal reasons, that was a joke. Motherfucking MacOS, I swear to God. This is taking too much time. Still 156 gigabytes is not fucking 1 terabyte. Not even 1 terabyte takes this long. And it crashed. You know, I think that might just be my PC just be broken. Okay, let's recap what we tried. We tried installing it through the Mac Recovery DMG. Didn't work. We tried changing the EFI configurations to show us what it was doing on boot time. Didn't told us anything reliable or noticeably fixable whatsoever. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. I will not go back 4 hours and fucking try and find out what the hell was wrong. We tried using Olorilla. Still, 2 USB drives. Failed. And actually it had a lot more issues. We tried fucking loading into Windows and doing some stuff there, and it just didn't do anything different at all. So I'm pretty much sure this thing's just fucked and without any fix whatsoever. Another thing I could try is to get Mac Recovery again, copy the files, redo the fucking EFI. Well, not the whole EFI, but like get everything as minimal as possible. But let's be honest, we are not gonna sit here for another 6, 8, fucking 9 hours and wait for this thing to work, because apparently it's not gonna work. So I call this a fucking day. The fucking PC freaking won. Gonna lay down. I need to lay down. So I say macOS had a lot of troubles, has a lot of issues. Hacking this computer seems to be impossible. For anybody wondering which computer I am using, is an HP EliteBook 845G7. Yes, this was a pre-made EFI. Yes, it works normally on my... Wait, actually, let me change the fucking drive, because I will not believe that this thing failed when the other fucking drive works. So we're gonna undo what we did. We're gonna unscrew every screw, because we anyways are screwed. Yet again, we're gonna force power off. I'm trying my best to not lose my cool, but that's impossible right now. This is the drive. It's a Western Digital green. It's not even a good drive like the Samsung that's on this fucking laptop by default. Had Windows. No, it doesn't. It has a broken system now. Now, if this one boots without any troubles, I'm just gonna think that I just don't know. I'm probably gonna fucking image the partition, which is not a good idea, but I'm gonna image the partition, possibly delete all the apps, delete all the fucking sessions, literally clean restart it. Let's see if this one boots. Same configurations, we did not change anything whatsoever. Should load into Refind. Okay, Refind. Open Core. macOS. Yes, I know. Nothing's connected. And it loads. And it loads. I'm just gonna fucking... Okay, you guys are gonna come with me for this one. The fuck? Because we're gonna delete everything on this PC, and we're gonna image the fucking disk, and we're gonna possibly send the image, the working fucking image, to this guy, because I just can't find a way for this thing to work. I still need to delete some stuff anyway, so we are gonna fucking do that. Yep, we're gonna delete everything, do it on the DMG, and make it so you the guy who asked me for help can just image it into the fucking USB, because I have lost my cool, I have lost my mind, and I do not intend to deal with this bullshit today. Nope, no senor. Where is... Okay. Hello? Anyways. Nothing here. Here. Everything. Goodbye. Downloads, same. Well, actually, I do will leave this one, and this one. I don't know if, well, we're gonna delete it anyways. This one, this one. And let's go to applications. Delete that ones. We're gonna leave that. My fucking arm. We're gonna delete this one. And we're gonna go to the terminal. I think yeah, it's working. Okay. That is a Sage, that's Swift PM. Then we're gonna reboot, go into Linux and create an image file. Then we're gonna send the image file and tell him it's working. Actually, you're gonna have to fucking kidding me. Shit, ow. That should be working. Git any. What else? That's llama. Local. By the way, for people who are wondering what the hell is in that bin, well, we don't have anything actually. So let's do rm rf bin. Yeah, that's like minimal. Now, if I get to remember at some point how to delete the sessions. Actually, we're gonna delete everything from here, from the settings, keys and everything, you know. Private is private for a reason. Sign out. Okay. That works, I think. Wonder if we could. Nah, it's not worth it. Might leave Brave browser. Hacking tool is necessary. Open core. Shortcuts and Siri come pre-installed. I'm gonna leave Xcode because it's just way too big for me to delete. That should be it. Wait, Wi-Fi. Those are Wi-Fi keys. Let's forget it. Yes, remove it. Forget it. Yes, remove it. All right, we have now achieved nothing because we still have sessions on Safari. Can we? Settings, autofill. Okay, so at least no contacts are being passed. Profiles, websites, extensions advanced. Actually, let's whole search. Oh, right, we aren't connected to the internet. That makes fucking sense. And we're not gonna connect. That's such an awful noise. I doubt this will work, but still, I'm gonna fucking try it. I don't lose anything. So, general, transfer reset, erase all content and settings, and get kicked out. So, another option is, where's users? Load the screen now. Users and groups. Now I'm gonna create a new user in a right. So for this one, we're gonna create it with password 5678. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You might want to change this password, by the way, when you image. Keep automatic login. Now we log in to the... Wait, we need to change this one. Okay. Log out. Log out. Not now. Continue. 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 Setup later. Enable. Continue.
Hi, Hi. Hi. Hi, I'm Siri. Choose the voice you'd like me to use. You can change it later in system settings.
I'll leave it as dark because, well, you can change it later. So now, I got system settings. Users and groups. Lilia Sawa, delete user. 1678. Delete home folder. Okay, I'm gonna enable the guest server just in case. Huh. Don't ask questions. Don't ask them. You don't want to know. Tap to click. I'm gonna disable natural scrolling. You can change this later. Okay? Yes? Good. Now, that ready. I will not explain myself. No, senor. What I will do is tell you that this is taking way too motherfucking long. Ah, God damn it. Okay, so where's the... Actually, I don't think I can... Wait, okay. So 512 bytes. Let's do 512 times 1024 times 1024 times 1024. Wow, I love it. So for 12, we do kilobytes first, megabytes, gigabytes. Okay, we need to skip this many sectors. Just in case. God damn it. Live, we're trying to get something done, and we've been trying to get something done for the last 400 fucking minutes. Can I? It's 7 p.m. by the way, for anybody wondering. Okay. Wait, how big is that fucking partition? Ugh. It's about 400 gigabytes. Do not know how much of that I'm using. I hope not much, because I don't have a lot. Huh, that's interesting. 122 megabytes, that's too little. That's too little. You're telling me that, no, that can't be right. Okay, so at least it is APFS. That can't be right. Okay, finally. Did I just forget how to... Wow, thank you for skipping half of the fucking documentation. I know. I know. Okay, so another thing we can just hope it works. Okay. P1. Zero. Okay, so now let's do... Oh god. Ain't it beautiful? Ain't it beautiful? Dealing with this bullshit for more than 3 hours. Also, why the hell do I have this thing in here? Huh. Ah, of course. If it failed, cannot read the boot disk. We're not using EFI. So someone already had that question. That's great. Oh wait, he's okay. Failed load camera hard disk from PCI root. God damn it. So we either install it or install it. So that's not great. Really was hoping that I could just image it and call it a day, but seems like I was wrong. I'm just gonna call it a day because I certainly am not qualified for this kind of task. So, we got something at least okay. We had a EFI folder that works, then it didn't work, then it worked again and didn't work. So it's kind of weird. So let's do something. Well, you guys can't see it. Okay, so let's do ls boot EFI. Let's do cp boot EFI anything into home lily hack. Okay, this should be or now working EFI. So oh wait, I forgot. There's an issue here. We have an issue that is with refined. We use OpenCore, so we kind of need this to be here. Yes, you can do that. It is a valid thing to do. So you guys can just stop thinking about it for 5 seconds. Now compress. Unify. Okay. Unify. And I do not know how to use this, so yes, that's how I Google stuff. Lily, zip R, zip R, less. So cruise pass. Oh, I had it wrong. And let's hope that this helps somehow. Okay, have the EFI. Don't have any tools. This is pretty much done with. Open core. That's done. This has a lot of stuff, but refined old stuff, so yeah, doesn't matter much. It does take a lot of space, so boot open core stays there. Do will delete all this refined stuff. CSB. CSB, wait. Let's see what that is. It requires root privileges. And it's not gonna let me go until I... Yep. Okay, it's just a CSV file that tells the system that refind exists. I could delete. I should delete that. It's not needed for this guy. So if you win, EFI, if EFI UC, EFI Clever. that empty. I'm not gonna delete it. Next4, boot open core. Okay, gotta leave it like that. That's, I think, enough. It's my EFI, the EFI that works on this machine, on my machine. I don't know if that'd change anything really. Just check if all the files are there, because that scared the shit out of me. Everything's there. I'm gonna send it to this guy. Tell him that I couldn't find exactly what I did different those times, but yeah, pretty much that. What we learned, that Hackintoshing is really, really weird. So we're gonna finish this whole ordeal. See you around. Bye, and fuck you, Apple.